welcome. Is that Frida Kahlo on your shirt?
No, it's not. It's just a random woman. I wish it was. I wish it was Frida Kahlo. Can you imagine? Oh, that'd be a gorgeous.
That would be good. But I was like the hair and the flowers. I was like, this feels like. Anyways, sorry. Random way to start sprints. Hello, everyone.
Hi,
and welcome to the first day of Painted Devil Sprints. It's started dawning on me how close we are, and I'm just ooh, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be like honestly, we couldn't have done this better. Where in the lead up, we'll be ready. We can immediately jump into book 3. And we'll have so much knowledge. We'll remember everything, which is exactly
we'll know what's going on. And let me tell you, is this your first time rereading Painted Devils?
It is. It's my first time rereading it.
Reading Painted Devils after having reread Little Thieves is an experience.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm already because obviously I know how things ended. And so I'm just ready to start putting puzzle pieces together immediately and being like, this was a nod to, and obviously to stuff that happened in the past.
There is so much that she packed into book 1, and I don't even know if she knew it was going to be a trilogy, but there's so much she packed into book 1 that she's still using in book 2. So I'm really excited to see what she does with all of that in book 3. So I know we're both going to be starting probably in the second sprint because I don't know about you, I'm running a little bit behind on my admin tasks for the day.
Yeah, me too.
So, anyways, that happens, but I want something to go out hopefully this weekend. So it's a small thing, but it does require a lot of setup on my end. But let's say hello to some of our friends. Let us know, first off, if you are here, thank you for joining. Let us know what you're reading, what you're doing, all of that good stuff. You do not need to be reading Painted Devils to come hang out and have fun with us. We think you should read Painted Devils. It's highly recommended on this channel.
We love it very much.
But we understand that sometimes, the discussion isn't till the 30th. Sometimes other reading priorities have to go before that. So anyways, hello, Abs. We have a Julie. Hey, Brianna. I need to finish editing, so I'm using you as accountability. Good job. Perfect. We're glad to be here and be that. Hello, Anne. Jen is cleaning up from dinner, but then I'll be dreaming. I'll be reading The Courting of Bristol Keats. I have been awake for way too long for this to still be happening. Danny's here. Hello. Just wanted to pop in and say hello. I hope I'm about to have an even better day than I'm already having. So, it's going to, I remember how angry I was at the beginning of this book.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a good time being angry though. Julie got the audiobook in time. Beautiful. Hey, Glinda and Tennille.
For those who are looking for the audiobook, remember at least books 1 and 2 I'm pretty sure are accessible on Hoopla. So if you have Hoopla, you may be able to get those immediately, or if you missed Little Thieves, you can get the audio through there too.
Yeah. I just got it from Hoopla. Because I like to, this is one that I'm going back and forth between reading it and listening to it, reading physically, listening to it on audiobook. I looked to see if they had it on Libby as an audiobook, but they didn't, because Libby tends, they tend to be much better about always having chapter breaks, even if they don't necessarily match exactly up. I've had books on Hoopla that have 0 chapter breaks.
Or you're right, they have them, but they're one number off or something really weird.
Yeah. I can deal with 1 number off. I've had a few where it's 4 or 5 numbers off, and it just was ridiculous. I was like, bro, why? Larry says I couldn't help myself and started this morning. I'm on chapter 12. Very nice. Hi, Stacy. I'm finishing up the last 50th pages of Well of Ascension and then getting back to Little Thieves because I didn't end up finishing it in February. Well, we are happy to help you through Well of Ascension and then get you through the rest of Little Thieves. Beautiful. Mostly adulting today, Toniel says. I've managed 30 pages of Murder at Spindle Manor. I need to read that one.
Yeah, I have started it, and it is very fun, but I haven't picked it up in some time.
Ooh, and I'm jealous. I had a Libby deadline, so I finished Painted Devils a couple of weeks ago. I did get Holy Terrors as a NetGalley e-arc. Well, that's good, because then you'll be able to read it and then, like, review it ahead of time so that it kind of helps build the hype. Tell me nothing. I want to know nothing. Don't let me know. Hello, Allie. Welcome. I'm at the laundromat and reading Phantasma. Left out on page 68 of Painted Devils yesterday, hoping to manage some of that tonight. And if chores are required, I'll be listening to Sense and Second Degree Murder. Love it. I liked Sense and Second Degree Murder. That was a good one. Hey, Ash. Welcome. Hello, Hannah. Already finished Painted Devils, so now I'm currently reading House of Bane and Blood. Beautiful. Brianna's happy to hear that one. What was it? Brianna posted something on TikTok the other day, and posted a special edition of House of Bane and Blood, and I remember like coming across the video, not realizing it was her, and I was like, "Ooh, that's a nice little thief or Six of Crows." And then I looked at who it was, and I was like, "Never mind, that's House of Bane and Blood."
Like, never mind.
No, that's not Six of Crows. That's House of Bane and Blood. And turns out it was, because it very quickly panned over to the red, and I was like, "Ah, that makes sense." Still reading Nightmare Before Christmas. Glenda's going to be reading Chloe by Connie Briscoe. Ugh, unfortunately, our library's Hoopla subscription doesn't have these books, but I have 9 days left on the Libby borrow, hoping to finish by tomorrow. Very nice. Yeah, I know Hoopla can occasionally be different, depending on which...
It depends on your subscription. Yeah, I think it's like the library, like the same with the number of borrows. I think somehow that goes, I don't know. I think they probably pick and choose where they give you 10 borrows or they give you more access to the library. I don't know.
I know that like 9 times out of 10, if someone else can get it on Hoopla, I can get it on Hoopla. Mm-hmm. There have been a couple of times where like my Hoopla won't have something.
Oh, for sure. I have Hoopla through 2 of my libraries, the one I work for. And then I also have Hoopla through Pittsburgh's Carnegie, just because being a Pennsylvania resident. And at one point I was like trying to be careful about like my Hoopla, like what I was borrowing. And so I was like, oh, they have this book. Perfect. And then when I went to go borrow it, I was like, oh, I can't find it in the selection. That's really weird. I realized, and I don't know who it was. It might've been Pittsburgh, but I'm like, Pittsburgh didn't have it. My local library did, but I'd already used the Hoopla borrows that month for them. And I was like, it's so annoying that they don't have the same collection, but it's fine.
I love that. I wish Florida had something like that when it came to the
like state resident access.
State resident, yeah.
Because I have it through Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Like, I'm really impressed that Pennsylvania does that for 2 major cities. Yeah.
Like, I know we have a pretty good interlibrary loan system where I live, and I live in a pretty liberal area. So there's most of the time I can get just about any book that's popular is going to be available through the like physically through my library. And I know we used to, I don't know, I haven't had to use it in the longest time, but we used to have like a statewide library borrow system where you could request it from like out of county libraries. It would take a while, but it was doable. I just wish I would prefer that for digital. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. That would just be so, because then also wait time shouldn't be as big of an issue.
I don't play Florida state taxes. Never mind. It's fine. Okay. Foxes and Fairy Tale says I'll be starting Painted Devils. Just caught up on the Little Thieves live this afternoon. Beautiful. Okay. Hey, Mallory. Welcome. Finishing Barbarian's Lady by Ruby Dixon. Oh, yes. Your sweater is amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's that kind of bleached, it must be that's what that is. The shirt itself is just kind of generic. It says, I like murder shows, comfy clothes, and maybe some people or 3 people. I think it says. I kind of, as cute as it is, I almost wish that it was just like a plain jumper with this cool design. But yeah, I get so many compliments because it is.
It is really interesting looking.
Yeah.
All right. Current hopefully the hidden pictures. Okay, good. One of my libraries allows me 5 borrows, and one allows me 7 on Hoopla. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I think we've got 10 and 10 where with my library, because there's the flex borrows that you can like,
and
or at
that's
least that I
another
can do.
thing. Mm-hmm.
And then there's the ones that like you can get immediately. So our library Hoopla switched updated subscriptions in the fall, so a bunch of titles went away and new ones came in. So I need to try and read things before the next refresh in case they disappear. Ooh, Anne says I finished God's Play this morning. Very nice.
Ooh, that's the book that we're reading for Not Reading for Content for the podcast I have with Annie. So that's next month or this month.
Okay. Our province gave the vast majority of funding to the library in the capital city, and the trade-off was that the whole province gets to use their digital library, hence the super long wait times. That's understandable. That makes sense. Hello, Shayna. Can't wait to start this tonight. Just finished Little Thieves last week and replayed the discussion. Thank you very much. So I can't wait to dive into book 2. I'm very excited about the discussion for Painted Devils because I feel like the Painted Devils discussion, we won't have to worry as much about spoiling the next book.
Mm-hmm.
So there are going to be things that like we weren't ready to talk about when we talked about Little Thieves that we'll be able to talk about, and we'll also be able to kind of like do theories and things that we think might happen.
Yeah, we couldn't have done predictions for Painted Devils because we've been like, at least you and I, like we've read it.
Yep. And I also think that it'll be fun in the fact that like the way that we have things set up, because it's going on March 30th instead of on the next weekend, we don't have to worry about potentially being spoiled by Holy Terrors because nobody knows what's going to happen at that point.
Mm-hmm. Except for maybe Anne, if Anne takes
Anne might know. My friend Kaylee might know. So I keep forgetting to ask if anyone has read the 2.5 you can read on AO3. I do not, or the 2.5 you can read. I do not know what this is in reference to, Abs.
Yeah, Abs, give us a little bit more.
Yeah, give us a little. I do know about AO3 because I've been on there for a while. I'm always on AO3, but for fan fiction.
So okay.
Yeah,
so
AO3 is archive,
Okay.
Archive of our own. I just don't know. Are we talking about? Oh, okay. So the in between stuff, Margaret Owen has stuff. Okay, I did not know this, Abs. I did not know this. I knew that she was doing like the short stories.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to like when people do short stories like that, I'm like, it's probably going to get bound up in a special edition or something. So I tend to like wait until that happens or until they go out as an ebook. But I do remember she was doing the short. That might be what I haven't read that yet.
Interesting. No, I didn't know anything. Abs, you taught me something because I didn't realize.
I'll have to go through and look that up on her Instagram and see if I can link people to that. But let us. I know this is a silly question, but are we ready to go? Are we ready?
Oh yeah, we're ready. I'm also not going to be starting this right away. I'm going to be.
Yeah, right. That's right. I'm remembering this. Leandra, be prepared before you go on AO3. I mean, oh shoot. Come back. Here we go. I'm trying to figure out the layout.
Already started chaos.
So interesting. It doesn't usually do that. Okay. This is new. I don't like it.
Dun 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 dun. Okay, but yeah, okay. I'll check it. I mean, you guys have to inform me about AO3. Yeah. Let me know everything before I get into it.
It is a fan fiction website, and it is very heavily so. There is some pushback in the culture on AO3 because it is very heavily you curate your own experience. It's not like Tumblr, it's not like Twitter, things like that. So you have to be aware of like reading tags and descriptions and what you're getting into, and the quality of some stuff not great. There are some questionable things, and there's stuff on there that'll make you go, now why would anyone write that? Why would anyone think of that as an idea? But it is, yeah. Let's see. I looked into the short stories, but AO3 was asking for personal information to ask it, and I'm not here for that at the moment. I understand that. I might be addicted. I already have an AO3 account, so I wrote fan fiction way back in the day. Yes, filters are very important on AO3.
Okay, good to know.
So they already had all of my personal information, so I'll go see what it's about at some point and let people know. But yeah, it's a delightful site. If you know how to, if you're not precious about other people having like their own ideas that are different from yours.
Hmm.
Uh, the name was, hold on. The name was the fallow year ash.
Okay.
It's on Goodreads. It's called the fallow year, and it has the link. There are a lot of people that like will try to get authors on AO3 like canceled for writing problematic content. And some of it is problematic, and some of it is just no, they just ship something different than you ship.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, anyways, let me pop this back up. We're gonna do it in this. All right. Hopefully I will be done what I'm doing in a bit, so I'll be able to start in this sprint, but I don't know that I will because I also have to use brain power, and that can take time. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1, let's go. I'm here. Don't worry. I'm coming.
You're fine.
Hello. How did
Hi.
the sprint go for you?
Well, I didn't even get to pick up this book, but you know what? I
When
will in
did
the
I?
next sprint. Oh, okay, that makes me feel better.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, your gorgeous cover, or like,
I know,
the
right?
back. That's so
And the
pretty.
back. It was kind of spoilery, so I guess I won't show you too much of that. But
I honestly didn't even register it, so I think hopefully everyone else is fine with it. But yeah, I ended up editing my video.
nice.
Yes, which is great, and it's uploading to YouTube right now. Oh, actually, checks. It's really short video, so like the checks and everything went through. I'm just doing the description. I did the thumbnail. I'm debating, maybe I can pick everyone's brain, but it is a recommendation video for short books, like books under 200 pages. And the reason why I did it,
Oh,
I
I don't
know.
wonder what this could be for.
I don't know. Possibly a gala that's taking place next weekend. And so I'm wondering if I should, because I already have a video planned for Sunday that's like meant to go out and scheduled. But I'm like, maybe I should move that to Thursday and then have this short video go out Sunday so that you guys all could get like put in your holds. And so I think I convinced myself. I think I'm gonna do it.
I love it. I love it. Give me just a second. I'm just grabbing all of the hellos real quick because we did have a few people join us. I finished getting a Discord set up for a it is what I am referring to as a semi-secret project, which means that people know what I'm reading and they'll have like the breakdown of how I'm reading it. But I'm not telling them why I'm reading it just yet, or like going like making the announcement that this thing exists, except in my Discord, which I will be announcing either tonight or tomorrow. So if you're in my Discord, it'll be there. But I got almost everything that I at least needed to think about done.
Yeah, and there will always be things to change and edit, but at least you got the set.
Yeah, I've got to do one more graphic that needs to go in. And then I'm having my brother like double check a couple of things for me. But everything else that I need to do for this to get it ready to go is brain off stuff.
Woohoo! Congratulations.
Yeah, I think a total of like 8 people now, including you, know about it. So that means that like
I'm honored.
it's not a lot of. Oh, I should send you the icon. I'm gonna do that when we go to the next sprint. I'll send you the icon so you can see it.
Please do.
But we had a couple of people joining us. Hello, reading in the garden. That sounds like a delightful afternoon, actually. Really I go walking or running at my local park almost every day at this point, especially now that it's sunnier. And like every time I'm out there, I'm like, I should come back, because usually it's in the morning now. Like, I should come back later with a book and just read out here. It's so nice.
Yeah.
That I never do. So, hey, Ro, welcome. We also got joined by Paige. I will be playing catch up on Little Thieves, but moved in February, so my reading went up in smoke. Oh, that's understandable. That's right. I still need to understand why the horse.
The horse. You know what's actually great? So I haven't started this reread, but there's like content warnings, which is really lovely. But I think there's also a mention of horses. Didn't she provide like a joke about?
I'm not entirely sure. I just know that Paige has one of my favorite comments I have ever received. On the video, like one of my favorite comments I've ever received on YouTube, which is have you hyped it up enough? Yes. Then you said the horse. Why the horse? Like just all in caps. Why is the horse?
Be like the horse, period. That's all you need to know. Just there's a lot of horse.
If you want to see that in all of its glory, I do have the announcement linked down below. You can go find Paige's comment. But like I literally screenshot it and sent it to Paige and was like, this is my favorite thing I've ever received on a YouTube video. Nothing is better than this. So, okay, beautiful. Maybe why is this not? Okay, that's why. It's just being difficult. All right. And then we also had Nicole join us. So hello, Nicole. I've been finishing the movie Pie Wacket, then finishing reading The Monster of Ellenhaven. Okay. And then let me see. Okay, we had quite a few people. We kind of had a few things. Finishing up the AO3 discussion. Yeah, I remember AO3 being a thing like 20. It started in 2008. I think I joined in about 2012.
Okay.
That was the height of when I was writing fanfic. And when I joined, I don't know if you still have to do this, but when I joined, it was invite only, basically. Like you could, or not invite only, but you could, because it was still in the beta stages. Like it betaed for years.
Oh, okay.
And so you could request to join. But yeah, when LiveJournal fell down, they did that. Some stuff is problematic. We don't support censorship, so everyone should be responsible for the content. I do believe everyone is responsible for the content they consume. Specifically speaking about AO3 and censorship, I do like that they are careful in regards to censorship. The only thing that I will say is there are a lot of people on AO3 in the anti-censorship crowd that want to use that anti-censorship argument to allow like really gross racism to just spread rampantly across, to be unchecked across the site. So there is a responsibility like to protect your users. And unfortunately, I know from a lot of my friends that that are on the kind of the, not the pro censorship side, but like the, hey, there do need to be more protections side. They are not great at protecting their Black and brown readers from just like racism. It is a tricky subject, or not a tricky, it is a tricky, it is a tricky road to travel, basically, because like Ab said, you do want to make sure you're not censoring people, and you don't want to like curb actual discussions of racism, homophobia, transphobia, all that. But
it's also just, it's really hard to create a system that provides the amount of monitoring that needs to take place without relying heavily on AI, which AI either will police too much or not enough. Yeah. And then it's, you know, like the perfect way would be for someone to be like personally reading through all these and making sure, but like it makes it really tough with how could you monitor that.
And I have a friend that's very active in fandom critique and like has been doing this for probably 10-15 years, like since Tumblr. And they're like, there are things that could be done and they're choosing not to do, especially when it comes to protecting people from harassment from other users. And they are someone who is on the like kind of other side of harassment. So like it is, it's wild how you get treated when you are critiquing racism in fandom and people get mad at you. But got distracted by Mrs. Doubtfire. I mean, who wouldn't be distracted by Robin Williams? He is a worthy distraction. I've never seen Mrs. Doubtfire. Can't comment on the movie.
Oh my gosh, I've seen it too much. I grew up in a house that loved that movie way too much. My parents loved that. And it is really fun.
I am sure that it is one of those things that you have to go, this was a product of its time.
Oh, but 100%. Like I haven't seen it in years and years, to be honest.
Yeah. Robin Williams is one of the few celebrities that I was actually genuinely heartbroken when he passed. Like there are very few celebs that I'm like actually attached to, like emotionally. And he was one of them. Hello, Swing, I missed you. I'm so sorry. Happy International Women's Day and happy Peanut Clusters Day. Beautiful. Oh, and we had Rope Crewman join us. Just returned from a beat. Happy birthday, my friend. And I'm inching my way through Lies of Locke Lamora since I'm enjoying the thievery shenanigans. I will probably try Little Thieves relatively soon since y'all speak so highly of it. You should. Now, Rope, now is the perfect time to read Little Thieves and then read Painted Devils. And then you will not have to suffer while you wait for Holy Terrors, because Holy Terrors will be out probably. I'm so glad I got to read Painted Devils that I read Painted Devils as soon as it came out. I also regret it just a little.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about this where I was able to read book 1 and 2 right after each
Right
other,
after each other?
and then I waited. So it was hard for me because I wasn't used to having to wait.
Yeah,
I'm also not a big series person, so I'm just like, how do you people do this?
I've waited for both of them. I think I had a year between Little Thieves and Painted Devils.
Mm-hmm.
The wait for Painted Devils was not nearly as bad as the wait for Holy Terrors has been, but that has entirely to do with the ending of Painted Devils because Margaret Owen is a menace to society.
Yeah, it definitely, like, Painted Devils left off with so many more like questions, concerns for what's to come. Whereas like Little Thieves, I feel as though that's actually a book you probably like. We
You
obviously
could
wouldn't
read
want
that
it
by itself and be done.
alone. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. I'm like, we want people to keep reading, but arguably you could read that, be done, and satisfied because it does have a clear ending.
Like I said, I don't know if she wrote Little Thieves knowing she was going to get 2 more books, or if she like wrote it and with the expectation. Yeah, because she could have. The way her contracts can work is sometimes you're contracted for the entire series. Sometimes they'll contract you for a book and like a specific book and then a to be determined book. So that might be the sequel to the first book. It might also be a completely different book if the first book doesn't do well. That's why when you see a lot of the time, if you see a first book in a series that suddenly becomes a trilogy or a series, it's usually because, especially if you feel like it wrapped up really well in the first book, that's usually because the author went into the contract wanting to write a series, but knowing that they may only get a single book. Right. So like with Little Thieves, she definitely put the seeds in there to do further hijinks with these characters. Mm-hmm. And she was established at that point. So so I wouldn't be surprised if she knew she was getting 3 books. But a lot of authors, that's why they'll write the first book in a way that tends to feel a little more complete than, say, the sequels do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Tennille, I hope you're getting paid for this.
Oh my goodness, spreadsheets and all.
Spreadsheets can be fun. Taxes, on the other hand, although I think if I'm remembering correctly, Tennille is in Canada, and their taxes are much easier than ours because they don't have Intuit lobbying to make taxes difficult. Hi, Kay. Hillary says, to chapter 15, very nice. About 9.5 minutes edited for Brianna. Nice. Hello. Just got here. I hope I didn't miss all the sprints. You did not. I'm reading Killer Instinct at 38%, and I'm about to go switch over laundry as soon as this chatty bit is over. In theory, I will do laundry tomorrow, and it will be at least washed and dried by the time we are on Leandra's channel.
Like you're like, where does the finger go?
If it is not, y'all are welcome to yell at me. I just finished editing a video and read the very beginning of Painted Devils. I really appreciate Owens' content warnings and author's note. Yeah, I like that she does that, and I like how she does it. Mm-hmm. Right? So it's very much set out, like you can read it or you can't. And I think the fact that it is, hold on, let me pull this one up. I feel like the fact that it is like black with white text makes it easier for people to skip over and not accidentally see something, right?
Right.
I understand why people are like, oh my God, there's spoilers. Shut up.
There's also, this is what, so I started the audiobook and this is read aloud, this part.
Oh, yeah?
And yeah, so it's like, if you made it through Little Thieves, you ought to be fine with this one. And then she does provide the content warnings. But at the end, the last sentence is, oh, and for one unfortunate prefect, horses. That's what I was like, I'm pretty sure she mentions horses, and I couldn't find it. And I was like, oh, because it's in this one.
In that one. Yeah, I appreciate that. Like, it's trigger warnings are like allergy warnings. Not everyone needs them, but they are very useful for the people that do. We started The Children of Gods and Fighting Men while I finished a pair of socks I was working on. I'm going to switch to Faithbreaker E-Arc next sprint. And you have all of the E-Arcs. My goodness. Hello, CC Cloud. Julie's very interested in your E-Arc, I think, Anne. I cleaned my kitchen, got a glass of wine, and only read a few pages. Very nice. It's a secret to everyone in The Legend of Zelda NES. Yeah, like there's literally in the rules of this Discord, I just put like, hey, just so you know, like, please don't post about this on social media yet. Okay, let's finish these comments. I'd like to see their reaction to the horse and a sorceress comes to call.
Oh boy.
Know that Emmerich is the way that he is about this in a society that is primarily horse-based in terms of transportation, sir.
It's just not practical.
They are literally just big puppies. Like that is like they are more likely to kill you accidentally than on purpose.
Very much like puppies.
I mean, it's not even. I'm not even kidding. Let's see. It's still invite. Is it still invite? Okay, that makes sense. I wonder if I have any. Love it. Okay. I think you still need to send a request to join it. I joined in 2018 and need to do it. Okay. I haven't had to make a new account in like 13 years. So, does anyone in chat or host watch The Symptoms? Remember the episode where Marge sought to ban cartoon violence from Popular's kids program, and instead of fighting, the characters just sat around and said, I love you, Lemonade, no thanks, I love you. Oh man, there is so much to get into on that particular subject because it links with moral panics. Needless to say, the viewing figures dropped in the cartoon completely changed. Of course, because they want to, yeah, we understand it, the show's universe. So, hello, it's Christina. I definitely hydrated in the last sprint, but I will probably do that as well. Is Little Thieves a trilogy? I have the books all started. It is. The last book comes out April 1st in the US. I don't know about elsewhere. See, I didn't know there was a third one coming. I've been lamenting not reading along with you guys, but now I'm kind of relieved. Yeah, you have plenty of time to like just blast through the series and be ready for book 3. If it's a complete trilogy, I might be down for reading the whole thing this year. It's been a while since I've read a currently published series, manga and Percy Jackson notwithstanding. Yes, it will be complete as of April 1st. It does make sense when you've read the original Goose Girl. Yeah, I remember that. So you're bringing up Simpsons reminds me of Tipper Gore. If y'all haven't looked into her and music, she's part of why we have ratings on music albums now. So, yep, it's a fun. You know. Yeah. There's a very good podcast called "You're Wrong About." Every book in creation is being released on April 1st, I think. I mean, it was April 1st. They had to do April Fools somehow. So, but yeah, there is a very good episode on the podcast You're Wrong About Tipper Gore. If you guys want to look that up. He goes into a lot of detail, but okay. Good night, Abs. So we'll be heading on soon. Happy reading, everyone. I'll see you on tomorrow's sprint. Beautiful. And then I was thinking about the cartoons I watched as a kid and how many of them were very heavily anti-authoritarian themed. Perhaps we need to bring some of that back. Seriously, Tennille, the amount of anti-authoritarian messaging that I got as a child and like low-key, like progressive messaging, even in a thoroughly conservative evangelical setting. Mm-hmm. Like you couldn't get away with half of the stuff that I watched as a child now. So, I had a bunch of books with kid-friendly fairy tales, and the Goose Girl was one of my faves as a kid. So I should really, yes. Okay. Shall we read for another hour? Beautiful. Let's put that back up there. Get it back so that I like the setup. And we will, hold on. The start button is there. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Welcome back. Okay, hold on. Let us remove. I did, in fact, get a whole 8% of the book read this time. I'm trying to figure out where the heck I am.
Woohoo!
I do love that, like, she uses the actual German pronunciations of everything.
Me too.
It's very fun.
Like even like the term like Hagendorn, just the way it's said and everything. Oh, by the way, I also read. So I ended up I'm on page 34. I think I'm still technically in chapter 1, to be honest.
Yeah, you might be in chapter 2.
Oh, maybe I am.
Yeah, you're in chapter 2 because I'm only 8 pages ahead of you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm at the end of chapter 2 then. I've just honestly the bell surprised me. Like I've just been like reading and I thought because I was like, okay, I'll end chapter 1 and then we'll be talking. Clearly, I just kept reading and didn't even notice. So we're not surprised.
Yeah. So I got to the beginning of chapter 3. Again, I love this book. I just love how funny it is. And like the humor is just like peak. It's just so good. And then I love that we get like, because the two main characters have been separated. I love how quickly we jump into them being together. Like there's no wait. We don't have to wait for them to find each other, which I suspect is going to be the case with the next book based on some of the snippets I've read.
Mm-hmm.
But I love it. And the world building and the entire situation with the Scarlet Maiden.
Yeah, it's just messy in the best way. And I love like it's chaos with them returning to each other. And like you said, there's like moments of humor where of course Emmerich is just like, what are you getting yourself into? What's going on? And she's like, so what brings you to town? And it's like, we know what brings him to town.
Let's just keep going. She's trying to like bullshit her way past the conversation, and he's like, you're literally the reason I'm here, bitch.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And we are introduced to quite a few characters though at the beginning, which can be overwhelming for people. But I'm seeing the little snippets and we won't get into any type of spoilers, but I'm already noticing some things where I'm like, ooh, that might be important in, later chapters. That'll be important in later chapters. And I'm like, yes.
Yep. I love, she does a really good job of introducing a lot of characters all at once.
Oh yeah.
Or really quickly. Like she doesn't waste time, doesn't waste words. Also, here's something I noticed. I want to know, did you notice that we start with the 7th lie?
Oh yeah. You know what?
I think we started with the first tale and made it up to the 7th tale.
Yeah, you know what? I think I remember noticing that when I first read it.
It's very interesting having read this book, like knowing that like the fact that we are counting down the way, I'm like, oh my God, the things that says about how she's structuring this story.
Yeah, it adds to the tension. Yeah.
The next book.
I know, because now that you've counted up and counted down, what do you do now?
Yeah, I know. We've done both. Are we going to just hopscotch? Who knows? I assume it will have something to do with the structure of how it's significant to the story. Like, it just really does bring home the fact that these tales are not just like little snippets into Vanya's life, but they are there for a purpose and a reason. Then they're leading us through a specific journey as we read this book.
Right. Yeah. And even the connections that we've seen through Little Thieves already, for those who might not, next book. Next book, it's like a mixed salad where you just don't know what's coming next. Lie 7, lie 2, lie 3. Like, we don't know where we're going.
We're already spiraling. I don't know about you. I've been spiraling since 2023.
Yeah, honestly. I can't wait though. But I think that what's great is this book is separate. It's on its own. It's a different type of adventure. We're dealing with a different, we'll call it crime or, those types of things. But obviously her actions in Little Thieves or like certain things have already bled into this when we consider Emmerich and the proctor who has joined him. Because there's prejudice, like there's still prejudice going on as far as like expectations of her and what type of action she'll take. And it's just,
to be honest, that actually was a little bit outside of her control because it had to do with her being framed.
Yeah,
so
no, 100%.
That's like, yes, certain choices of hers influenced that, but I feel like regardless of what, like, she would have been framed for that somehow anyways. Right?
It's more so that she continues the narrative of saying people are going to expect stuff of me that I like that I am not guilty of. So like Vanya's still asking herself these questions of should I just do what they expect of me, or because she's constantly struggling with that. So
also just her immediate dislike of the proctor.
And being like, I will misname you.
Every time I call bullshit. I love that. Let's see.
Test.
There's so much, and I love, like, we've got Yakov and Helga, and I'm just like,
and Udo,
yup, and I'm like, she doesn't even know yet. She doesn't even know.
It's so great. I can't wait to just be reintroduced to all of these characters too. Because there are some things I don't fully remember, so it's really lovely. Like the tiny details are really fun to get into.
That is, I feel like that's, for me, that's what makes a story a lot of the time. That's why I tend to not worry as much about spoilers, because even if I know what happens, I'm more invested in the how of how it happens. I want the emotions and the progress and a journey with the characters.
There's also just beautiful language in this, like even in the moment where there's the description of like a charcoal like writing implement dangling over the paper like a dagger above a throat or something, and I was like, she's got it all. Margaret Owen can make you laugh. She's got banter. She deals with emotional things and can write beautifully. It's crazy.
Such beautiful writing. Also, she's ridiculously funny, because I texted you this in the Discord, but like he's like, did you start a cult? And she's like, no.
Not quite. I know, I love that line. And he's like, what the heck? Yeah, even when she's like, oh, like, what brings you here? Well, the suggestions of a cult.
It's like, we were hearing reports that a new low god might have been rising up. Like, they're so snarky with each other too. I love that.
Or even now their living arrangements, that I just got to that point where they're kind of like trying to figure it out. And he's so awkward. Emmerich's so like when he meets, is it Udo? And he's like, you have very healthy sheep. And Udo's like, thanks. It's like, okay.
And if I remember correctly, I think at this point Udo knows.
Oh, Udo knows something big that no one else.
Udo knows something that Vanya doesn't know at this point. And I think we meet the character that also knows this thing like a little bit later. So very shortly.
Everyone who's like in the comments who might not know what we know is probably like, what are they talking about?
We're just over here like, oh my god, this is so important, and just using things like Udo knows. That is the like funny story. One of my previous books that I wrote, like that I've shelved and potentially trunked, there is a note that I put on a page for a potential edit, and it just says character knows. I have no idea what the character knows anymore.
You're like, what do they know?
What do they know?
Margaret doesn't know, unfortunately.
Like, I'm like, Margaret, this made sense in the moment. They don't know now. Speaking of Holy Terrors, they released the first, but Something Fishy is going out with deliveries of pre-orders, so it will likely be near the end of the month when I get mine. That's annoying. I the one I have ordered currently is from Illumicrate. I need to go. There is a bookstore in Decatur that I'm thinking I might travel to just to go to the signing event that she's going to be doing.
So fun.
And yeah, I feel like I want to do that. It's a 7-hour trip, but and if that's the case, I'll have it day of, I think, because I'll have it at the bookstore.
Mm-hmm.
I was already planning on ordering from that bookstore or another one nearby because they have a pre-order incentive. So
yeah, I pre-ordered through Barnes and Noble when they did one of their like pre-order sales, and this was a long time ago because the original release date I think was like last summer fall. So I've just been like chilling.
She does with some of the independent bookstores that she works with. She does pre-orders where you can get like pictures that she's illustrated. I got this was my Painted Devils pre-order that I had to get. I had 3 copies of Painted Devils at one point because I had the Illumicrate copy, I had this copy, and then I had a copy that had arrived damaged. And I was like, I really don't care about the book all that much, but it did arrive damaged, and I really want that picture. So what are we gonna do about that? But real quick, Laura says, nothing I'm reading am I liking. I hate it for you. And I hope maybe, like, having read some of your further messages, have you considered rereading a favorite?
Yeah, switch things up. And actually, Laura, you mentioned A Trinket for the Taking because I described it in a vlog recently that I was like, oh, I'm not really vibing. I think you'd probably really enjoy it. So maybe try that.
Yeah. I'm sorry that this week has been stressful, though. That's frustrating. Okay. My sister just sent me a photo of my 7-week-old niece. The kid is definitely donning a sup face in that photo. Hello, Jamie. We got a few people that joined us. I'm listening to Fundamentally by Nasaiba Yunus. Really good so far. Turns out that was an eating and cooking dinner sprint. I need to do that. I probably should do that in the next. No, what? It's tonight? That's rude. That's really, really rude.
And is it... Which way is it going? It's
going forward.
Okay, so like for instance, right now it's 8 p.m. almost for us. So it'll move to 9. We'll lose an hour.
Yeah, it'll be 9 p.m. this time next week.
No.
So hey Zoe, it's been a while. I've been trying to get back into reading every day with some horror novellas. Very nice. And Alicia's with us too. Just spent the day with my friend and kiddos at Disney Springs and getting some new dinner. Now getting some dinner, might place the Switch after the shower. Very nice. We got some hellos. Sabrina joined us. Nope, that's the wrong button. Sabrina joined us. I'm reading a cozy mystery.
Ooh.
I hate this for you, Tennille. There's more tactics involved. And then some YouTube. My eyes are tired, so I'm hoping I can still read in the next one. Listen, let your eyes rest for a hot minute, and then read. Laundry has been switched over and made it to 46% on Killer Instinct. Switched to Call Down the Hawk and finished moving my laundry around for the day. Beautiful. Hello, Kale. Still reading The Crippled God, but really playing around on the laptop today. I was playing around on the laptop as well today. Ash Reed says, I made for me some albacore sandwich with small salad, and my parents made homemade chicken and rice. Wrote got a chapter of their novel and started to continue my cat manga, and sudden headache forced me to turn up the lights and put on my midnight orchestra.
Oh, nice.
I'm hoping I'll be able to feel more into it tonight. Read the first 68 pages during treatment yesterday, and the occlusion alarm kept going off all the time on the IV pump, so I was distracted. Yeah, that sounds really distracting. I'm sorry. Oh, Rope also considered we should count sideways.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it.
87% for Jamie. Is this a bloodflower situation? Did anyone else have to read that in school? Short. I did not.
No, I'm gonna have to look into this.
I've never heard of this. Just back from a walk. That makes sense. Looking into it, it's Canadian, so the Americans likely haven't read it, but it's available free online for anyone interested. Very nice. Okay, didn't edit that sprint, but made some graphics to promote my author services website. Terrifying first step. Listen, get it. Get that bag. Good for you. It's always scary to like make those steps because you worry that there's always that thought, what if no one pays attention? What if but you've got this. You have got this. What if we refuse? Can we go to work an hour late on Monday?
Yeah, actually, be like, you know what? No.
Yep. Reading Under the Same Stars by Rita Bray. Very nice. Reba Bray. Very nice. Where is the tab? Oh, hey, Kiana. Just got back from comp dress rehearsal. I'm reading the Happy Ever After playlist. And then Ro is reading The Corruption of Hollis Brown by Kate Ancrum. Very nice. We actually go an hour early. Please disregard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is the hour we lose is the hour we're asleep. So.
Yeah, I guess we just don't notice it. Kind of.
Anyways, that's annoying though. I thought we had another week before that was going to happen.
Apparently not.
Makes a lot. The discussion we were having in D&D yesterday or on Thursday makes a lot more sense now though. So, okay. All right, let us pop this guy back on here. And we shall go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. got to a really interesting point to be the point that I come back on camera.
Oh boy.
Can we just appreciate that Fanya threatens people sleep?
You know what? I'm not there yet, but I do remember when that happened. She's a firecracker, our Vanya.
She is a menace.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, hold up. That was, we got to page 86 that time.
Oh
so
my
not
God,
quite as good as I did. That's 44 pages. Not quite as good as we did with Little Thieves. I'm not quite as far ahead, but you know what? That's fine.
No, I know. Well, this is just, it's been, I think evening sprints are typically not as productive for me because I'm just kind of doing my best. But I'm on
especially because you had work
50.
today, right?
Yeah. I've just had like a long day in general. But I'm at page 52. And so I'm just about to end chapter 3. I got distracted because I ate, and then I also was like touching base with a few people, like on Discord and stuff, like checking that.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah,
Nice.
but I'm at the point where they're in like the cavern, and
oh, that whole conversation.
Oh yep, I'm excited.
Yeah,
It's all coming back to me.
I got to chapter 6, the beginning of chapter 6.
Okay.
And she, well, that's great because we'll be able to talk about that moment tomorrow then too.
Yes, exactly.
Anyways, let's check in with everyone else and see how they did. My hair cut. I was supposed to get my hair cut yesterday, and then they had to cancel and reschedule for next. And you could tell that it's been a while since I cut it. So
honestly, I've been needing to get my hair cut as well. Just like if anything trimmed, it's just like
it's just a trim,
ends, And so I've been meaning to schedule. I haven't gone as far as scheduling it though, but I do need to do that.
I just was like, normally I would get my hair refreshed and cut at the same time, but now that I'm doing what I'm doing with my hair, it's a little bit more expensive.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I ended up you wouldn't tell, but I the last time I went to get my hair done, I ended up getting it cut, but I also ended up dyeing it just a little bit darker, just slightly darker, just to kind of, I don't know. And when I was talking to my hairdresser, I was like, I wanted to go darker, and she's like, okay, so you want to dye it black because like that's like the one shade like that's darker, and I was like, yes. And so I don't know, we'll have to see like when I go there if we need to refresh, if anything, the top. But yeah, I kind of just liked leaning into that, but I've never really dyed my hair consistently or at any point. So I don't know what the maintenance is. I might just have to check in with her about that.
It really is paying attention to your roots, honestly, because typically what you've got to touch up is roots. Mine, because I'm red, yours is a little easier because you're so close to your own natural color, so it's gonna fade really nicely. And they're probably not having to use any like bleach or anything. Right. Because mine is red, when I get my roots done, I have to do a pull through throughout the rest of the hair because otherwise I have like this brown hair, but these hot red roots.
That makes sense.
We just do that all. Okay. Speaking of the time change, I noticed the hour really like myself. Oh, I noticed. I wake up with the fun, so the time messes me up big time. I noticed that the hour lost is just, we don't have to live through that time changing usually. I feel like I'd be so confused if I had a shift that was overnight. It would be so confusing.
Yeah, that would be crazy actually.
Yeah. Hey, Servasha, welcome. Sick with a stomach bug. I'm so sorry. Trying to get through yours truly before Libby takes it. Feel crappy, not sure how successful I will be. I mean, that seems like curl up in bed, get some blankets, get something warm to drink, and
fluids.
Read in bed. I'm so sorry to hear you're not feeling well, though. Hey, Jen, welcome. Hope you're well this evening. Yes, rest well. Julie got distracted by AO3 because we talked about AO3. There is a part of me that's like, what if I just went to see if there was any fan fiction? Because it's not like I can be spoiled. So
no, that's true. Not yet. Anyway.
52% into Painted Devils and loving it. Very nice. Headache has subsided enough that I was able to finish the current volume of my cat manga.
Yay.
I'm 1/3 of the way through Ken Liu's Wall of Storms. Is the second Dandelion Dynasty book. I'm super loving these books. Were you the one that recommended what's that? The Grace of Kings? It's literally like can you see the stack? It's like right there in this stack of books because I requested it from the library. I watched some news. Tennille, I'm so sorry. And then I read a chapter, and I'm up to chapter 6, page 80. We're on the same page, Tennille.
Seriously.
I literally got to okay, I'm on page 86. Never mind, but we're really close.
Really, like literally. You guys are like a minute away from each other.
Literally. Jamie says I finished Fundamentally, 5 stars. Definitely recommend. Amazing. Got to 5% in An Echo of Things to Come by James Islington. Beautiful. Give me 1 second. I just realized. Okay, I did. Fantastic. I was about to say something and I was like, oh wait, I need to make sure. Made it to 55% in Killer Instinct. I got the last of the laundry in the dryer. Very nice. I am 24 minutes edited. We're on the last book of the vlog, so I'm getting there. I saw you also posted something on Threads that I reposted over
and
there.
Instagram, and I also shared it on my story.
I don't go on Instagram as often, but I do go on Threads. All 294 of my followers will see it. I don't know how helpful that'll be, but I'll try. It's 10 p.m. here, which would be 11 p.m. tomorrow. I want to read a bit more, but we'll see if I can read my eyes out. Hoping tomorrow has more reading time and less tax. Yeah, let's not do more tax time. Just I need to get that done. I really do need to get that done, so I'm not rushing at the last minute.
Oop. Yeah, me too, actually.
We had a nap.
That's good.
Yes. I'm very excited to get to it potentially this week. Or not this month. We'll see. Because
yeah. I did it recommended to me as well. But you know what's unfortunate? My library, I put myself on hold for it, and months and months went by, and I'm like, what's going on? Of course, as someone who works at the library system, I was able to go kind of through the back door and was looking, and the books like hasn't been returned, and clearly it's just lost. And another library in our system just hasn't yet deemed it lost yet. And so I was like, oh, well, so I have to get that book another way. Yeah.
How lost is it at this point?
And like honestly, like I kind of forgot I put myself on hold for it. And then I realized it had been like 5 or 6 months. And I'm like, what's going on? And then because I was like, either I couldn't tell if it had been on the shelf or supposedly and people couldn't find it, or it could be on someone's account, meaning they borrowed it. And that was the case. So I'm like, clearly this person isn't returning it. And usually we have like I think it's 3 months policy where after that you're supposed to mark it lost, but that other library branch may just not be as organized to do it.
It's not as aware.
Yeah. Like they might not have a contact person to actually go through those. So I was like, oh, that really stinks. So I'm gonna have to find another way. But
are you in a position where you would be able to suggest that your own library get it?
I know. Well, I am a part of the collections development where I can like add things to our Ingram account and stuff. So it could be something to consider.
Well, justify that,
Yeah, I could pose it to our director, being like, we may want to replace this.
We may want to replace this. We may want another copy because clearly.
Or I could always honestly contact the director at the library where it is, just being like, hey, notice this book. So I could always do that and put it on them so they use their budget rather than our library.
Yours.
Use ours.
Yeah. Jimmy says, I dyed my hair yesterday, but the cheap box dye in the red box is Color Silk from Walmart. Went with my deep burgundy this time. Yeah. If I had gone like blonde or brunette when I did this, I probably would be doing box dye as well. I decided to go red. It was supposed to be just a fun thing I did. We were going to play around with different colors, and the stylist turned me around in that chair, and I was like, oh, this is going to be my hair color for the rest of my life.
Yeah, like, uh-oh. We're going to get to know each other really well.
You are very welcome. Have you ever... I have not read Red, White, and Royal Blue. Brianna has.
I have.
You may be able to answer the question. What about you? Yeah?
Yeah, weirdly enough. I think that probably would shock people. But yeah, yes, I did read it. Okay, yeah. Because so let me know, Ash, if you have questions or something. I'll see if I
I
can
need to try
remember.
Grace of Kings sometime, but I have I have a bunch of epic fantasies on the list this month. I'm sure you won't be too broken up about this, Leandro, since you're on a completely different team. I did not consider that I was going to be traveling for a week.
You're like,
So I'm
oh,
going to have to
no.
see how many guys I can get on audio. I'm pretty good with slow pace as long as you can justify it and you can keep me engaged. Like the first epic fantasy book true epic fantasy that I read was Lord of the Rings or Fellowship of the Ring, because my mom took me to see Fellowship of the Ring. So,
and honestly, like slow pace, similar to fast pace. If I'm in the mood for it, it's great. If I'm not, then I have to just kind of adjust and maybe read something else while I'm reading it, you know?
Mm-hmm. I tend to not notice pace unless there is something wonky with it. Right?
Where you're like, oh yeah, like if it's a bit jarring or something.
Yeah. It's well, no, let me rephrase that. Unless there is something that stands out about it.
Oh,
So I've
okay.
definitely had fast-paced books where I'd be like, this was so fast-paced, I could not put it down. But like just raving about the pacing of the book itself.
Mm-hmm.
But typically it does not affect me as much as long as you can hook me in the story.
Yeah, actually, so we had this discussion with The Day of the Triffids when we were reading that book. The first third of the book happened in one day. The
Jesus.
second third of the book happened, I think it was in like across the matter of months. And then the final was like fast forward a couple years, took, and it's like, it's really when you can feel it slowing down. So I think I know what you mean.
Thank you very much, Tennille.
It does look
it is a Veda. I specifically go to a salon school because I can get like what they say is $500 hair for like $160.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I've been going. I started going to the salon school near me because I had a coworker that was going to school there, and I've just loved the experience. They've had to, in the like 10, 15 years that I've been going to them in the two different locations, they've had to redo my hair 3 times out of all of that, which is fewer times than my mother, who primarily goes to professional hairstylists.
And like as long as they're willing, it depends on what the mistake is, and if there's communication, because like things can happen that are out of people's control depending on and stuff.
They have a policy that as long as you call them within 24 hours or 24 business hours, because I've had done stuff on Saturday and then had to call them Monday, they redo it for free. They'll be the only thing they'll ask is that if you're willing, please do it with the original student, because they need to learn how to fix their mistake.
Okay. Yeah.
And so usually you'll have a little bit more you start with instructor oversight anyways, but they'll have extra instructor oversight in those cases. So they've got a pretty good policy. You just might have to spend a couple of days with weird hair. That's a conversation going. Yeah, you read. It's a comfort read, and it seems like another comfort read. It is a really good. I've heard really good things about it, and how much people love it. All right, we're about to head out. Before we go, I know, and they're linked down below. I know we have sprints on your channel tomorrow for Painted Devils. Salons in general are iffy for me. I have extreme sensitivities. Salons generally mean swelled. Oh God, that is hard when you have like allergies or anything that reacts to environmental stuff. I have to be careful with my asthma sometimes.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say that I was almost kind of sad to dye my hair black, because I was like, like as we age, we get some gray hairs, whatever the case is. Like I've had a few, and I was like, oh, like I've been tracking their progress. It sounds crazy. I was like, oh, little one, and I'm like, well, if I dye everything, I'm not gonna see it anymore. So I think gray hair is also lovely. Those who rock it and just like it, when I go gray fully, I'm just gonna live in it and appreciate it if I want to. And I totally get that.
My natural hair color is pretty light. It's like just a few steps above blonde. So if I had any, you wouldn't be able to see them. At least not at this stage. Anyways, We have sprints on Leandra's channel tomorrow. They are linked down below in the description box if you want to go over there, hit notify. Oh, the timer just keeps trucking on.
Oh no, I think I did hear it a little bit.
But is there anything else that you sorry, what was I saying? Is there anything else that you want to plug for your channel real quick besides tomorrow's sprint? Anything else you want people to check out?
Well, I didn't even think about this, but tomorrow we're obviously, yes, we're sprinting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But tomorrow I also have a video that'll be coming out. And those of you who are here will get the early access of knowing what it is. It is going to be short books recommendations. So books that are under 200 pages. So that also means they're likely like if they're audio. Short. Yeah, like 5, 6 hours, like at max. So yeah, mainly for Peace Gala next Saturday or Friday through Sunday. So that's what's going on for me. A lot of stuff on Sunday.
Beautiful.
How about you?
I have a TBR that just came out yesterday with what I'm reading for March, whether or not I got to pay myself for reading my books last month. Last month did not go as well as January did, but that's okay. And then the other thing is just if you're in my Discord, keep an eye out. I mentioned I'm reading Way of Kings in there. I'm going to be releasing more information about the whole Way of Kings projects in about 10 minutes. So I didn't want to back-to-back people in my Discord. I was like, okay. So I was like, I'll wait till after sprints, but I'll have that. I have some reading to get caught up on apparently because I miscalculated some dates, but that's okay.
Always a fun time.
Anyways, thank you all for joining us. And I will see y'all later when we will talk about more wordy, nerdy things. Bye.